It's Friday. Welcome. So today I want to start with making some atmosphere sounds. I have been working on a new pack for Patreon, and I already got a bunch, but I need to make some more. So that's what we're gonna start off with, and then we'll see what we'll do after that. We're probably not gonna do that the entire stream, but I just want to make some more so that I have another pack for you guys. So welcome on this cold as hell Friday evening. Winter is coming. Well, it almost feels like winter is already here. No snow, luckily. It's supposed to be snowing in the northern part of the country, but out here it's fine. It's just hella cold and wet. So I went to work this week. I went to work 3 days in a row, and I think I got absolutely soaked 4 times. 2 degrees here in London. Yeah, it's about the same out here. It's not too pleasant outside. Let's just say that. I just absolutely hate freezing weather. It's not for me. I like it when it snows, when it's actually actual good snow, and it just, it's a nice little snowy landscape. That's good. I'll grab my camera and go outside for a bit and shoot some photos, but most of the time that's not the kind of snow that we will get. Usually it's just, it snows, and as soon as it hits the ground, it just turns into mush, and it just gets absolutely nasty outside. Right now there's no snow, but still, it's kind of it's freezing. Cool. So let's see. Like I said, I already made a bunch. Let's see. I should have saved them somewhere here. Atmospheres. So I already been making some atmospheres. Basically just stuff like this. They're a little loud. Still have to gain stage them probably. Just stuff that you'll be able to use to, I guess, start a track with. I've just been making ones in different keys. Some are a little longer, others are a little shorter. Just stuff like that. Should be nice. There's some pretty nice ones in here actually. Like that one sounds pretty cool. So I figured let's just make a couple more, and then we'll see what happens after that. They're mostly just gonna be around like either a single note or a chord. So some of them might have a minor chord, other ones are a major chord, and other ones are just like one key. Like this one is just in F, basically. And you can chop them up, rearrange them, whatever you want to do. I also made a couple ones that are more like this, which I'm not sure how many of these I'll make, but these are just like, I guess just a pad or an atmosphere kind of sound that loops. So it's just a perfect loop basically. Well, almost a perfect loop. I probably still have to make them perfect. But you get the idea. That one loops perfectly already. And those will probably be included as well. So let's see. Let's just grab something to start with. Let's grab a piano. Do we do one that actually changes in terms of the chord? See what happens. Like a simple change. Cool. Let's throw something on here. Let's start with a beam that might give us something cool. Let's just generate a preset and see what happens. Let's try making it a little slower, see what happens. It's kind of cool. Try what? I want to see what happens if we add another one of these. And let's do a 7th. Just do minor. Makes it too atonal. Let's not do that. CC control is used for the sustain pedal. So if I turn this one off, you can hear how every note is cut off. And then when I turn this on, it just makes the sustain pedal hold. Might even just do a little... if it wants to. Okay, there we go. Something a little like that. Then we'll just copy that. These are really long, so that might not be too great for this kind of thing because it changes. It changes the note here. These would be nice, these impulse responses that are actually on my Patreon as well. They would be nice for like something that sticks to just one chord. Yeah, this is part of my theme for the Kilohertz plugins. Wait, I don't have face blend in here. Interesting. I don't have face blend tagged for some reason. Now we do. Oh, and multipass and snap heap as well. Like I have my own theme for the Kilohertz plugins, so it matches this whole thing. Which is nice. Matches some of the orange in the millimeters theme as well, and in the Ableton theme. Like it's the same orange color. So it all looks uniform, you know? You know me. I like that. Which, by the way, this theme is on Patreon as well, so you can just go there and just look for the themes tag, and you'll find it that way. I guess that'll be our first one. Why not? Let's make another one. Don't wanna, spend too much time on everyone. Don't wanna overdo them. They still need to be usable as like a basic sort of like layer that you can start from. Let's see. What else can we start with? Like some kind of string sound, maybe. We'll just grab one of these. Let's make that one a little longer. Somebody, give me a key. What key do you want? I don't know, maybe I should check what keys I don't have yet. That might be a good thing to do. We got B flat, C, D, D flat, E flat, E, F, G flat, and G. So we almost got every key already. F sharp minor, okay. So for these atmospheres, I've really been abusing Spec Ops. Such a weird but cool plugin. Riser Maker? Okay. Okay, random riser. That one is cool though. It's like an endless riser. Okay, well, we'll save that as its own thing because it's kind of cool. It just keeps going as well. Like, that's what I mean. Spec Ops is such an amazing plugin to just find some cool sounds. It's like a Sheppertone, but not really, because a Sheppertone kinda starts over again. This just represents the frequencies that are in here. Like, you can have just a couple different things. But this combined with something like Beam or Portal or some kind of plugin that does weird shit to it is usually pretty nice. Or even something like Infiltrator. You know, if we chuck an Infiltrator in front of here and we just randomize the preset a couple of times until we get something cool. You should get set up as an affiliate in Plugin Boutique. Any plugins I would buy. I can look into that. I actually never thought about that, to be quite honest. Some things will not work at all. Let me go to my favorite folder, see what we get in there. Jesus Christ. Can you not do that? Should I probably should put a limiter on here. Let's just chuck a Pro L on here, just to be safe. Look, it's bugged out. We bugged out infiltrating. Usually I chuck on an OTT as well, because sometimes it'll get really quiet. And OTT kind of brings it all up, so you can kind of hear it better, what it's all doing. You heard a Logitech mouse? That's correct, yes. Let's try and see what happens if we chuck that new plugin by Minimal Audio in here, which is a format shifter. Let's just shift the format down, see what we get. It's a very familiar sound. Yeah, it's free. I believe this one as well, if I'm correct. I'm kind of wondering what will happen if we add another layer to this one. So instead of having the effects on the track, I'm just going to group this. Let's just grab all of this stuff here. Maybe without the shifter, just everything after the shifter. And we'll just chuck that on the group. And let's grab another contact maybe. And some kind of a brass sound would probably be cool. Maybe this one, just do sustains. And let me check. Let's go and group that so we can turn it off. Oh, wait. Let's make a similar shape here. And could maybe be cool if we do a little pitch bend on this. Not sure if this works with this contact library, but it does. Okay, cool. Probably gonna be two semitones that it goes down, I think. Sounds like it. Then we're gonna go down to like 32-ish. Oh, exactly. Can that go all the way down to silence? Niente. Damn. See, it's winter is coming. Let's maybe go a little shorter on this. Just do that. Let's make it go back up here. Already caught the cold. Yeah, like I said, I got absolutely soaked like 4 times this week, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna get sick immediately, right? Luckily, I haven't yet, but you know how things go. So let's see what happens if we turn the processing back on. Okay, I'm going to... Let's grab the infiltrator and chuck that back in here. And let's maybe make this one an octave lower. Let's just chuck some reverb on it, so it's already bigger. What if we do that? What do we got here? Okay, let's try. What happens if we chuck beam back in here? Oh. Maybe we'll make this one an octave higher. Wait, I don't think it will. Do we have the range for that? We do. Okay, good. I guess there could be another one. I am gonna try one thing out though. Let's see what happens if we bring this one in as well. Maybe here at the start of this. CPU is already starting to die. Let's bring this up a bit towards the reverb side. sometimes you can try weird shit. Like, for instance, I don't think it... Well, I'm not sure if it will work on this, but... Like, if you take, for instance, Soothe, right? Let's put it right here. I hope my CPU ain't gonna die. Let me also save, because this kind of stuff does tend to use a lot of CPU. So that's also why I like to do this separate from actual production. Just sit down and make some atmosphere sounds, because it does tend to well, get pretty crazy on the CPU, as you can see here already. We're not even playing audio right now, and it's already around like 40%. Now, if we take, for instance, the depth all the way up, and then the sharpness maybe also all the way up, and then we flick the delta switch, then it's going to give us like basically the stuff that it's removing. See, so we get that kind of stuff. Maybe even flick it to hard. And then we turn the processing on that and see what happens. Turn the OTT on as well. Sometimes it can give pretty weird but cool results. Actually doesn't sound bad. Just a little quiet, but that's fine. We can boost it up. Maybe a bit of that one as well. Try it after this thing, see what happens. Now I also, so this was in F sharp, right? I made a bunch of impulse responses that are just like, I guess just like a chord kind of thing. I don't have any in F sharp though. Oh, I do. I got one in G flat minor 9. What happens if we put that on here? So let's grab maybe a hybrid reverb. And then we'll grab just the convolution side. And then we'll chuck one of these. Let's grab this one and put it in here. So that's just a sample that does this. Let me shut up. Okay, it won't shut up, but that's fine. It's just... That's the sample. And that is then being applied to this. What happens if we put that somewhere at the start? I like it more here. That's kind of cool. Let's try changing the FFT size here. CPU is absolutely going nuts now. This will really increase CPU use, but it's fine. Okay, let's see what happens if we don't have to soothe. Might be better without the soothe. I mean, you can EQ it yourself if you want. Then you can do whatever you want. Let's move on. We need another key. Let me save. Let's see, what should we use? I do like using Contact because it just, you know, organic sounds tend to work pretty well. Should we go for something in here? What's the next key, guys? Okay, I've already decided. It's a D. Took too long. Yo, why are you still making sound? I'll just turn this off for now. So even just a really basic thing like that can turn into something cool. Usually start with a bit of reverb. Let's grab maybe a different plugin. Let's try this one. And go for something in here. Start with one of these big ones, see what happens. I mean, that's already an atmosphere. But like, if we take maybe... Let's grab this one again. Because we now have a single note, we can use this as well. Let's say minor 9 or something. And then let's see, let's grab something to maybe shift it down. So we could do that with a grain delay. We can, for instance, grab this here and bring this up a bit. And then bring this down to -12. Maybe even unsync it. And let's maybe grab another infiltrator. Why not? Chuck it in front of here. Also put on a limiter. Because we don't know what's gonna happen now. And when you feel adventurous, click the random button, but I also have a ton of ones here that I've saved. That I kinda like. So... World falling apart, okay. Eh. Oh, that's kind of nice. That's kind of a nice tone. Might even see what happens if we make that longer. because it has a really long tail. And I love plugins that allow you to, you know, just randomize something. Like for instance this, I never use this plugin except for when I'm doing like weird shit, like this. So, is that a randomize button? No, it's not. It doesn't have a randomize button, but it does have like presets to go through. And just see what happens. You get like weird shit. This one, maybe not on this sound, but you get what I mean. Just anything that makes changes to the sound in a way that you probably wouldn't expect. Like Portal. Maybe we'll go through some of these. So when we're doing that, we probably want to add like another reverb to it. Maybe we'll mix this in halfway or something. But like the funny part is that this is literally just that, right? So one thing we could also try here is what happens if we do, if we're in D, and what happens if we maybe go, oh yeah, that's of course gonna make a really not pleasant sound. It has so much reverb now that it doesn't even go to silence when I click on stop. That's pretty nice. Could also... Let's try this out. I think it works better with the slower notes because of the long tails. You can always, you know, just make it shorter if you want. Cool, next. Should we start with a synth this time? Again, guys, key. What key are we gonna do now? Let me also check the chat real quick. This one is fun to play with. The minimal audio one, it's free. I was playing with it on drums. Sounds good. I haven't actually used it on drums. I did use it on vocals, and it actually works really well on vocals. It's a pretty clean form and shift, actually. Especially because you have control over the tilt as well. It kind of works pretty well on vocals, and it still, even if you shift it down quite a lot, it still kind of sounds decent. So, compared to some of the other form and shift things that I tried, and the form and shift, and well, I mean, the form and shift in Ableton is also kind of alright, but it still worked pretty well on vocals. But it's also just like a cool sound design tool, you know? To just take a sound and then shift the formant to a different place. I mean, if nobody's gonna say anything in terms of the key, then I also have... Where is it? Oh. The random skill machine. F sharp, we already did that. E flat, okay, cool. F sharp minor, we already did F sharp. E flat it is. Well, I mean, that's kind of out of the skill, but let's see. See what we get. It's also the fun part, you know, just trying weird shit. Sure. So, I saw a plugin just now. I forgot which one it was. I was browsing through my plugin list and I saw something. I was like, oh, that can also be fun for making atmosphere. What was it again? Where is it? Oh yeah, this one can probably be be a little fun as well. This weird old plugin. Haven't used it in a while, but forgot how it works. Why is it not making sound? Ah, there we go. Makes weird sounds. It makes stuff sound weird. Let's just keep it at that. Chuck on a cluster delay. Maybe we'll chuck on a particle reverb. What was the feedback again? This one?
Thank you.
Okay, before I do anything, let's save, because I wanna grab maybe a randomizer. Let's just group this all. Open a portal. Let's do this one, that one, maybe this one as well. And then we'll map this real quick. And then we'll map that. Map that. We could try dry wet, but let's just keep it not mapped for now. And then we'll change these values here so that this doesn't go super fast. Something like that maybe. And then we'll map this one to this rack so that it's going to move around this here. And let's go to the favorites. Just grab something. Maybe chuck that here. Don't really use this one often, but let's see what happens. Actually, I never use this. What does this do? No clue what it does, but sounds cool. So another thing we can try here is make this longer so that this whole thing happens less. Well, it becomes less busy because the notes are further apart. While we're at it, try this one as well. Oh, this is almost like that Max for Life device that I was using earlier. Basically just turns it into a long atmosphere sound. Interesting. Kind of like it with that. Kind of interesting tone. Happens if we chuck a vocoder somewhere in here. Super quiet now? Yeah, that happens. Don't want to accidentally get like crazy volume spikes, so let's just do that. Like, just doing weird things. And let's see what happens if we put... I have another plugin that I tend to use quite a bit in this kind of stuff, which is also by Unfiltered Audio, actually. Same people that made Spec Ops. This one is called Sandman Pro. It's kind of like a delay, but a really weird delay. So this might be a cool sound to put it on, because this is a pretty sparse sound now. It's because of the gauge. We only get like a couple of frequencies coming through every once in a while. This thing has, first of all, a lot of presets, which is always nice. But it does really weird things. Like, it is a delay, but at the same time, it can act like a pitch shifter. It can be a reverb. It can be a plugin that makes glitches. It can freeze stuff completely, like just like make freezing glitches. What else can it be? It can be a granular kind of thing. It can do so many things in one plugin. It is a bit of a strange one to work with, like to wrap your head around, but it is kind of interesting. Let's see if we can find something cool happening here. We can get a little bit more stuff coming through. Yeah? Nothing is coming through the vocoder anymore. Why is that? What? The vocoder is just saying, yo, fuck off. The fuck are you doing? Oh, I was bringing the gate up. It was cutting more sounds out. My bad. I had to bring it up the other way. Or bring it down. Let's see, there's some... You can make all kinds of weird glitch sounds as well. And get like feedback, as you can hear. But when we put like another reverb after it, maybe a bit of a long one, you get some weird shit. And then there was silence. Let's see, let me put after this thing. Or no, let's put it after here. Let's create a bit of a delay that maybe climbs up. Give it some feedback and then shifts it up with an octave every time. Maybe that. So we get higher stuff again here. This one is turning out really weird. But hey, that's kind of how you get like unexpected results. This plugin is so fucking weird. You can see it by how slow the menu is loading that my PC is also having a bit of a issue with it. Let's see. So if we now go back here and we change something here, creepy sound now. Nice rumbly sound actually. Interesting. Well, this is a really weird one, but hey, need some weird ones as well. I installed this plugin wrong, and after that I can't seem to reinstall in the right folder. Which one? This one. So like what happens if we now change the portal, which is pretty far at the start of the chain. No, the other Elysia or something. Wait, what? Elysia? Isn't that that company that made that old school compressor plugin? Or do you mean this one? I don't know which one you mean, because I'm not using a plugin like that is called like that. Oh, you mean this one? This one is weird as fuck, man. Data block effects. It's basically Spec Ops, but then old school, basically. But this particular effect, auto harm, I don't know what it does, but it does some really weird shit. And there's nothing in Spec Ops that is kind of similar to this effect. So that's why I sometimes still use it. Most of the time when I want something unexpected, you know, that's kind of when I'll grab for that. Because half of the stuff in here, I have no clue what it does. So you'll just, you know, play around with it and see what happens. Like if we add something, let's see, pointy. No idea what pointy does. You got an ad. It's just one of those plugins that can be cool for weird sound design. I mean, we have a really strange, almost alien soundscape. Let me get rid of the ones that we're not using. And it all came from that. Maybe we'll do a little envelope here as well, so all the notes kind of get quieter. Are you back? I think it also gets louder over time. Like this is one of those I'll probably just resample for a good chunk of time and then get like the best part of it, you know? I think it's another one. With this one I don't have the visuals, okay. I don't know, maybe it's an old version. I mean, you can just as well grab Spec Ops. It does very similar things. And it's a nicer interface as well, so it's a less jank, less buggy. And Spec Ops does a lot of similar things. It's basically just a spectral kind of processing plugin. Which for doing sound design is really nice. Like, Spec Ops is an absolutely go-to tool. For a lot of things, actually. You can use it for so many different things. Like, it can be a compressor, it can be a pitch shifter, it can be a glitch thing. The plugin I installed is a girl-like name and a weird plugin as well. I don't know which one you mean. I need to take a pee. Which one is nice for you guys to listen to while I'm gone? I mean, I was almost gonna say all of them, I'll just loop them all, but they're in different keys, so that's gonna sound really weird. That one is nice. I'll just let you guys listen to this one while I'm gone. Yeah, just put it in Discord. I'm always interested in weird plugins, you know, plugins that do things that, you know, you probably wouldn't have come up with otherwise. So that when you just chuck it, especially with things like this, you know, when you're doing sound design, basically all rules go out of the window, right? So, and usually it is the weird things, the things that you wouldn't normally go for, that will end up making the most the most interesting sounds. So any plugin that does some weird things, I'm definitely interested in. So yeah, one moment. I'll go take a pee, and then when I come back, we'll maybe do some more. Maybe we'll see if we can find one that inspires me to actually start doing something for after that. We already made a couple extra ones now, so... But I really need to take a leak, so... Give me a moment. Okay, we're back. It is Cecilia, the plugin. That name does ring a bell. I have heard of it. I never used it though. So I can go over Spec Ops just for a moment. Let's grab a sound. Something simple, probably one note. You have it normally? What does that mean? I have it? What? Cecilia? I don't have a plugin called Cecilia. Yeah, so like just a string sound. It's gonna be really quiet. I'll boost it up a little bit. So Spec Ops, it's kind of an interesting plugin, but it's also pretty well. It's when you kind of understand it, it's not that complicated. It looks complicated, that's kind of the thing. So the main part of it is you have these 3 effects that you can choose, and you can choose from all these different effects in here. Those are all spectral effects. So you've got the amount, of course, starting point, so that's just start frequency. You basically can set it up in a multi-band kind of way, or even overlapping bands. And then the width is the width of that band. So you can just say, I want it to start at, let's say, what, like 1000 hertz, and then the width is the width of that band. Here you've got basically your FFT size, so you can go all the way up to there. And then these are just different modes for how it, I guess, analyzes the FFTs. And some of these, you know, the clean one obviously sounds the cleanest, but then you also got things like glitchy that'll make it sound, well, glitchy. Flutter. There's some cool different things there. This is basically just a freeze, so when you bring it down, it kind of just, when you set it at 50%, kind of just plays the audio back at half the speed of what it, or I guess, yeah, half the speed, so it slows it down. It's kind of interesting. It's just a pitch shifter that can also kind of work as a, I guess, a frequency shifter as well, if you use the stretch. The pitch shift is just semitones, but the stretch will go in percentages, so it's kind of like more, it kind of shifts the lower fundamental more, so kind of like a frequency shifter, but it's also kind of just weird. Slide kind of acts like a pitch shift as well, but it's much more drastic. I guess that's the best way to explain it. And then this is just a compressor that can also be an expander. So, and it's also spectral based, so it can really get really loud as well with this compressor. And that's basically it. Other than that, these effects, well, most of these are pretty self-explanatory. Like low pass, high pass, so those are just filters. Noise filter and noise focus, I'm not entirely sure what they do, but I assume that this just either filters out the noise or brings the noise up, something like that. Mixing, I never used these region ones. The thinner one and the contrast one are kind of cool. Contrast is kind of where if you have like resonant frequencies and you bring the contrast up, it will make those frequencies stand out more, and everything else is just gonna sort of like disappear a bit, depending on how high you set the amount. Thinner, I'm not exactly sure what thinner did. Let's see. Oh yeah, so it's kind of like a gate almost, but on a spectral basis. So certain frequencies that are really quiet are just gonna be gated. You can see it cuts out some of the frequencies, and the contrast, as you can see, almost sounds like MP3 compression. Geometry expand is going to do that. It basically takes all the bins of the FFT and it spreads them apart. So everything is shifted up, but because, well, everything will become more atonal when you do that. You can kind of see that it creates these gaps because it starts shifting everything up. This will change the pitch. But the same thing goes like here if we have the pitch shift. It's actually a pretty decent pitch shifter. And then if we increase the FFT size, for instance, it's actually a pretty decent pitch shift. But then the slide is just gonna take that entire thing and just raise it up. Or down. And then the stretch Can be pretty cool though for making interesting sounds. But it does change the pitch, of course. So if you use it, you will have to figure out what the new pitch is that at whatever setting you end up. Some values will work better. Like if you want to stay in the same pitch, I think 50%. I'm not sure if we can enter values. But if you hold control, you get fine control. I think 50% is just an octave up, kinda. Oh, it's a fifth. So at 50% you have a fifth, and then at 100% you have an octave. So you can kind of still use that. We have a couple more effects that are kind of interesting. Compress. Kind of works like the stretch, to be honest. Interesting. So that one kind of works just like the stretch. Slide up and slide down is just the same as what you've got here. See, that's just slide up and slide down. Just gonna do it the other way. Which is a little bit unusable on this sound, because as soon as the fundamental of this note goes down below the left side of the graph, you just get silence. But it's kind of, you would think, like, why do you have the slide here and then here as well, and the same with the compress, which is kind of like the stretch. So why would you have that here as well? Well, because you can set it in a particular frequency range. So see, you can just take like a very, like maybe just that section and leave the fundamental alone. And it's shifting, it's sort of like stretching the upper harmonics down while the fundamental is still there. And then the same would happen with expand or with slide up. I'm not sure if we can hear that. Okay, so if it goes above the width, it will go away. But you get weird effects that way. Freeze is... So it just freezes the sound. And that works the same as what we got here. So again, you can do that for just a range of frequencies. These are just different modes for the freeze. Like a glitchy kind of freeze, random freeze. Threshold. And they all just do slightly different things. Resonance freeze isn't really doing much on this one for some reason. Maybe if the analysis is louder. Nope, that one is not really doing much on this sound. Fuzzy freeze. Kind of weird effects. Topmost solo is nice if you have like something with multiple notes. It will create like these weird spectral kind of things. But if you have multiple notes or like a chord, it will try and react to the different harmonic or different fundamentals in that, and then you get like pretty weird shit. Smear is really nice. This is actual MP3 like compression. So decapitate is also really, really useful because it kind of takes away the fundamental and the resonant frequencies, and it leaves you just with the texture and the noise. So if you have a sound that has like a sustained tone in it, and you don't want that tone, but you do like the texture that sits on top, you can use the decapitate effect and just take out any resonance or like part of the sound. And you're just left with the texture. And obviously all of these effects will work differently depending on the FFT size. Like if we set it to 128, it's going to be a lot less high quality. If we set it up to somewhere like here, it does smear the sound a little bit as well when you go to higher FFT sizes, but and then the window is obviously a different sort of like different mode for it. What else did we have? Dust storm. I think that just makes it... well, that just does weird shit. Noisify. Obviously, it's gonna add more of a noisy texture to it. Clipper. Well, that's self-explanatory. Just makes it louder. The reverse. That one is... I never use that one, but it kind of just flips the whole frequency graph. So all the low stuff is now sitting at the top. You can see it's just high frequencies that we have because there's almost nothing at the other end. Glitchy reverse, glitchy high pass, glitchy shift. Like, it can do really weird effects, as you can hear. And again, all of this can work based on a frequency range, so... and that's basically all the effects. So that's kind of it. And then obviously this is just like a compressor. Have to be careful with it because it does tend to get really loud. Because it is spectral based, obviously, so it can make a sound really loud because it just compresses every bin individually. So yeah, this would probably make anything loud. But I really like as well the presets in it. There's some pretty good presets in here, especially in the artist folder. Has some really nice ones. Oh, and of course you got a whole modulation section as well that I forgot. There's a whole section of modulation with like all kinds of different things. Input follower. Heck, oh, you can even use a Roly light pad. Interesting. Step sequencer. That you can like make steps in here and then use that as a modulation source. So it can get pretty deep actually. for sound design, it's really cool. Even just stacking multiple ones on top of each other. So we're now... Let's go back to that preset. Come on. PC is not liking it though. Let's go to the next one. Kinda cool. Yeah. I'm looking at my CPU, but it's still doing fine. Let's also chuck on an OTT. To bring out all the detail in it while we go through it, and it also makes it a little bit louder. Interesting rising effect. Ouch. But yeah, things can get weird with this one. Now this one does kind of change the pitch, I think. Ever so slightly. Feels like it goes a semitone up, but that's fine. Take that one out. That is the... yeah, so I didn't really like that, but take that out. Get a pretty nice atmosphere. Bit of a dark sounding, rumbly kind of thing, but sounds kind of cool. And like, again, all that this was just a string sound. Just a single note. And that is why I love Spec Ops so much. I honestly should use it more, but it is a bit of a plugin that's quite taxing on the CPU, so it is something that I wouldn't normally use when I'm actually working on a tune. Because it adds a shit ton of latency. Like, I don't know how much latency this adds. For some reason, Ableton is not showing me. It just says span out here. Not sure why. I think that is broken. Huh? It's also not showing me the length here, so something is up here. I don't know what is going on at the bottom there. Normally it would show you the whatever length is selected here in bars and in seconds, and then if you hover over a plugin it should show you the latency, but it doesn't. Let me quickly restart Ableton. So I think we're just gonna go and see if we can make something other than atmosphere. See if we can find like a cool vibe. How late is it? Yeah, it's 11:29. Let's try and make something. Won't be much though, obviously, because it's already getting late, but I do need like these atmospheres for the pack. I wanna release that pack as soon as possible. Let me save this under a new name, and maybe I'll bring that atmosphere in that we just had. 2025 11/21. Some random stuff. Oh, there's a new Ableton update. Well, I know that I haven't updated yet because there's just not much of interest. I'm waiting until they release 12.3, but they still haven't, so I'll update when that update comes out. Let me bring in that last one. Five more days. Oh, nice. I've been waiting for it, man. I was like, dude, why the hell are they taking so long? I really want the bounce group feature. It's gonna be such a helpful thing to have. Oh yeah, we need a note. Wait. There's a note. Like, this is a pretty nice texture, actually. Let's make it a little longer so we have a bit more space in that sound to work with. So, first things first, because I do think that this one changes the pitch. What pitch is it now? Sounds like it has gone up a semitone from the original pitch that the MIDI note is. See? I think it's E flat now. That was the original note. It's a little bit hard to hear because it's obviously quite a messy sound. Even though that still looks to be sitting, well, yeah, it's kind of like a flat E flat, I think. But it's closer to E flat than it is to D now, I think. I mean, that sounds like it could work in there. Doesn't sound too out of key. So I think we're right. But honestly, I wonder what if it actually matters now. Yeah, it does sound like it went up a semitone. I'm kind of hearing something in my head. What is it with this thing? What am I hearing? Okay, idea. Let's see if I can figure that out. I think it's gonna have to be longer. And maybe this can go down. Okay. Kind of hearing this going down. Maybe just a bass note. We'll see. Wait, let's make it a little louder. No, what am I hearing? Down again. Down again. Why does that work? That's strange. Why does that work? That's such a weird thing. The top thing is just playing an E flat minor little arpeggio, but the bass note goes down. And not just a bass note, because this is the third. So it's actually like creating a minor interval. And that goes down. So here we have D, F, and then here we have E flat, F, and G flat. So that creates a really weird chord together, or some really interesting intervals. But then here we get D flat, or C sharp, whatever you want to call it, E, E flat, F, and G flat. So we get like we get the note in between here as well, which is kind of weird, but it still sounds alright for some reason. And loops nice as well. Interesting. Why does that work? Like if we bring it all into the same octave. Right, so these just continue. That's what we're getting. And obviously, when it's all really close together, it sounds like absolute shit. But when they're spaced apart, now maybe this one could go up because it's right next to the F sharp, but interesting why that works. Strange. I'm especially wondering why this one doesn't sound completely out of key. Like completely just like it shouldn't work. Like the other ones I kind of get. Like if we're looking at this, we're getting just an E flat minor. Then we get, what is that gonna be? That's like an E flat minor with a major seventh, because this is the major seventh. But then the major seventh is in the bottom note, so that's the bass note. So what is that? Third inversion, I believe. This one though, what the fuck would that be? That's like, I don't even know. That shouldn't work. But for some reason it kind of still works in this context. And this one would be C and E flat. So E flat is also here. So this would just create a diminished chord. Right? Yeah. So this would just be a C diminished chord. But this one, what the hell is that? That's such a weird thing. My music theory is not good enough to understand why that works. But clearly does, somehow. Interesting. Could turn that into an intro, maybe. It almost feels like this one, it just creates a tension that is definitely, there is something off about it. But because this thing is sort of like going down, it's sort of like descending, it doesn't sound too strange, because it kind of leads you into this one, if that makes sense, I think. F sharp makes sense, because F sharp would be then the root, I guess. And this is the fifth, and that would be the minor seventh. So if we would add an F sharp into here, it would create an F sharp minor seventh chord. But with this still extending through it, which kind of makes it weird. It still loops perfectly fine though. It almost sounds like, oh damn, I learned about this a really long time ago. It's not exactly that, because I believe that was just using a descending bass line. It's this thing from like, man, this takes me back to like music classes. I had some music classes, but a really long time ago. Not too many actually, but I did have a couple. And I remember talking to my teacher back then about some stuff. And I believe he brought that up. What was it called again? It was something from classical music, like a technique that sometimes was used, or sometimes actually it's pretty common, and you can hear it in a lot of popular music as well. Like, I believe the same kind of effect is used in the intro of Led Zeppelin's Stairway to Heaven. It has this descending pattern chromatically. Man, I forgot what that was called, or at least what my teacher called it back then. Something bass. Wait, let me check. Some reason it sort of like reminds me of it. Oh wait. Lament bass is a chromatic descent in the Baroque era, as in Purcell's Dido's Lament, and the stepwise major scale descent in Procol Harum's A Wider Shade of Pale. Other examples include Bach's Mass in B minor and the opening of Pachelbel's Canon in D. I think that was it. That doesn't ring a bell. Lament bass, or lament bass, however you want to call it. But I believe that that is just using a descending bass line, if I'm correct. And we're not doing exactly that. We're kind of using a minor interval that descends down. But it is similar. And it's used a lot in both classical and rock music. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. My brain isn't... Wait. Didn't... Now it all comes back. Didn't that also go from the root down? From like the tonic chord and then down? Do we have a page that explains it? There's no Wikipedia page about this? Oh, there is. There is. In music, the lemon bass is a ground bass built from a descending perfect fourth from tonic to dominant. Okay, so to the major 5 chord in a minor key. The diatonic version is the upper tetrachord from the natural minor scale known as the Phrygian tetrachord. Tetrachord, what was that again? Is that 4 notes? Yeah, 4 notes, separated by 3 intervals. So kind of like a minor or major 7 chord. While the chromatic version, the chromatic fourth, has all semitones filled in. It is often used in music to denote tragedy or sorrow. Okay, guys, we're diving into a rabbit hole. Ah, the Beatles. Yeah, that I was gonna say, like, well, didn't the Beatles also do that? I might have to check some of these examples out. Like, I'm not too interested in the Beatles ones, but I'm kind of interested in the more classical ones. Like, I assume that this one is one of those. And some of these here. Definitely, because that's Pachelbel. I'm trying to see if I see any ones that I know. Like, I see a couple, but... Green Day. Destiny's Child? Okay. NSYNC? What the hell? Interesting. I'm obviously not going to play those on stream, because then the stream is going to get claimed into oblivion, even with some of those classical ones, because I assume that they're going to be re-released or replayed and uploaded to YouTube. So if I play them on stream, then the copyright system is just going to go absolutely nuts. Fun fact, actually, I wonder if it's going to happen again this week. But last week the stream got claimed. The stream got copyright claimed when and I looked at the claim. I disputed it, and I'm currently waiting for the claim to be solved or be removed. But the last stream got claimed when I was tweaking a bunch of individual layers of a snare drum that I was making from scratch myself. I kid you not. It was literally a snare drum, or was it a kick? I believe it was the dirty kick that I was making. And I was literally just feeding a kick that I made in Serum through convolution reverb to make it sound dirty, and that part of the stream got claimed. Like, what the hell is that? You know, it's like the stream itself literally shows you that it's not a piece of copyrighted work. Just look at the video, you know? But it got claimed. And the worst part is that the stream before that also got claimed. For the exact same reason, but this time it was the snare drum that I was tweaking individual layers of. So, like, the last two streams, all the advertising revenue or whatever that has been generated by it, which isn't much, but it's still some, is now sitting in limbo because both of those streams got automatically claimed by YouTube's copyright system, even though what the part that it claimed is literally just a single sound, a drum sound being played over and over again with nothing in the background, like literally the drum sound soloed, and it still gets claimed. Like, that's how fucking broken the system on YouTube is. It's absolutely nuts. So I wonder if today's one is gonna get claimed again. It wouldn't surprise me. Not sure if it shows anything right now in my streaming dashboard. I don't think it does. Stream health. No, it doesn't show me anything, but I was like, what? What are you claiming? And I've had it in the past, you know, where every once in a while something like that happens when I'm just playing something on stream that I'm working on. But this time it's literally 2 times in a row, and both of the times it's just a single sound. Like, first of all, a single sound that is just a drum sound is not copyrightable to begin with, right? You cannot copyright a single drum sound. So how is YouTube flagging my stream for copyright infringement? Like, come on, YouTube, get your shit together. Like, copyright law literally tells you that a single drum sound is not copyrightable. So, I was kind of baffled by it, but algorithm didn't like convolution reverb. I guess, yeah. It's weird, but for it to actually happen twice in a row, you know, like 2 weeks in a row. Like, I get it when I do a feedback stream, you know, that stream is just gonna get claimed. You know, I take that for granted at this point, you know. I'm like, yeah, sure. It's a feedback stream, it's gonna get claimed because I play other people's tracks, and 1 or 2 of those tracks might either already be released or it's gonna get released in the future, and then the stream gets claimed. Sure, you know, whatever. I'll just dismiss that and be like, yeah, fine, sure. Even though technically, that still should not be a claim. Just sidetracking here a little bit, but technically, according to United States, where YouTube is based, obviously, like, for me, it's a little different, but if you would be an American creator, like an American YouTuber, if you review other people's music and you critique that music, that still should fall under fair use law, because that's clearly an educational purpose, right? You're critiquing, and first of all, critiquing is also falling under fair use law. So even if you play a copyrighted work for critique, and then as well in like an educational context, should still not be copyrightable. But it does. Like, I don't really care about fighting that because in the Netherlands, there is no fair use law. So we don't have fair use laws here. So using copyrighted work, it's a little bit different than in the US. I do think you can use copyrighted work for educational purposes, as long as the educational purpose is not, how do you say that? Is non-commercial, so you don't make any money off of it. Which obviously, if I'm streaming and there's advertisements on that, then even if there's only a couple of cents coming in from the advertisement, that's still money being generated, right? So that would already sort of like disqualify me to even, fall under that law. But that's how it is over here. Like in the United States, fair use law is a little bit more lenient. But like it's kind of weird that on a single drum sound, which clearly isn't copyrightable because that's what the law says, and I believe even in the Netherlands that is not copyrightable. YouTube is just like, hey, you're using copyrighted material, dude. It's a single drum sound. What the fuck are you doing? So yeah, now I have 2 streams in a row that are just sitting in limbo, waiting for an answer on the dispute on the copyright claim, which I know they're not going to answer. So it's just going to take 30 days for that claim to be removed, and that's it. But there is also, and that's the shitty part of it, there is also a slight chance that the one company responsible for the claim now, because it's not YouTube that is responsible. You guys probably know. You've probably watched YouTube for long enough to understand how it works. Something gets claimed, and I dispute that claim, which also means I have to take a couple of scary boxes, which says that if I falsely dispute the claim, it can get my channel given a strike. And 3 strikes means your channel is removed, right? So that would be all great if the person handling the disputes of the claim would be YouTube and somebody that actually, knows about it. But no, that's not the case. The dispute that I fill in is now sent to the person who is supposedly the owner of the work that I supposedly copyrighted, which is not the case, but they are now the ones to decide if the claim is correct or not, which is the most strange way of doing it. So I hope that they don't. Now, from my own personal experience, I know that they don't. Like 99% of all the claims that I've ever had to deal with just get removed after 30 days because nobody ever looks at it. But still, there is this slight sliver of chance that they will result in a copyright strike. If the person who's now responsible for it, which I don't know who it is, it's whatever company that I don't know, decides, you know what, we're gonna fuck this guy over. They could, right? So yeah, it's a messed up situation, but whatever. I just hope that this stream doesn't get claimed as well, because then I have 3 of them, and 3 makes it risky. Like, the chance that all 3 of them result in a strike is close to 0, but there is a chance. Anyways, sidetracked. Sidetracked, and I need to pee again. I missed that. Did somebody else copyright claim your stream? No, the last 2 streams got copyright claimed. I'm not going to go over it entirely again, but long story short, the first stream I was tweaking a snare drum that I was making from scratch. I was tweaking the individual layers and playing the snare drum by itself with no other music in the background, and the entire snare was made by me on stream in the same fucking video, in the same VOD, and YouTube's copyright system flagged it and said, both of the times it was also one of those companies that makes like background music and then licenses it out to like video creators or like well, basically this kind of licensing music, right? Where they make like music that can be then bought or purchased for use in like video content. Both of the times it was one of those companies that I supposedly copyright used material from, you know? But it was literally a sound I was making in the stream. Like, the moment the part that they claimed, you could literally see Serum and the convolution reverb plugin I was using on it open and see that see the individual layers. So that was the first one 2 weeks ago, and then last week also got claimed when I was doing the same thing, but I was making that dirty kick drum that I was doing last week, using a kick drum that I made in Serum, and then putting convolution reverb on it to make it really dirty. That part also got claimed. It's absolutely nuts, man. The YouTube system is so absolutely broken. So yeah, now I have two claims that I'm currently in the process of disputing, and I'm waiting for them to expire. So yeah, that's why I said, like, I don't hope that this one also gets claimed, because then I have 3 disputes sitting in limbo, and if all of those 3 decide to fuck me over, it's goodbye channel. Now, the chance that that happens is close to 0, from my own experience. Like, I've dealt with copyright claims so many times now, and like I said, 99% of them, you just file a dispute, and nobody ever looks at it. The company that is supposedly responsible for the work that I copyrighted, or that I infringed the copyright upon, they're never gonna look at it anyway. Nobody ever looks at it, so it's just gonna sit there for 30 days, and then after 30 days it magically gets removed and you get your ad revenue. That's usually what works, what happens. But, you know, if it's a fraudulent party, you know, a party with ill intent, they could fuck somebody over this way, you know? Like, you could literally be like some shitty person that wants to copyright, that wants to destroy somebody's channel. You can just make a bunch of quick shitty pieces of music, maybe even AI generated, you know, upload them to a distributor so that they are on Spotify and all the other platforms, file a copyright claim on somebody's channel. Like, obviously these were automatic detections of the YouTube's own content ID system, but you could upload something and then manually claim somebody's stream, do it 3 times so that 3 claims are currently active on that person's channel. That person then says, like, oh, well, these are, you know, claims that shouldn't be there. You don't technically know if they are automatic claims or if they are manual claims. You don't really know, I believe, as a creator who is, you know, receiving the claim. So you dispute it. That dispute then goes to that person who is the fraudulent party, the one with ill intent, that uploaded and registered the AI generated or quickly made works for copyright. They now get to decide, and they then just say 3 times, no, the claim is correct, and then goodbye, channel. That's literally what could happen. You know, I don't really have heard of a person or a story in the music kind of YouTube world that has had that. But with how the system is set up, that could literally happen. That's pretty fucked up. Like, imagine somebody just being like, you know, I don't like this person. Let me screw him over. I do have heard of some person of a person who was releasing music, but he was releasing it through Bandcamp, so not through like a distributor with like towards Spotify and all these places, but he released all his music on Bandcamp, which obviously it doesn't get added to YouTube's content ID system and stuff like that. And he at some point got like a shit ton of claims on his channel on his own music because somebody had literally purchased his music on Bandcamp and then uploaded it through a distributor as if it was their own music. Like, how fucked up is that? Like, that's absolutely messed up. And he suddenly got like a shit ton of claims. I do think he eventually got it fixed, but still, it's like absolutely mental. Stories all over Reddit like that. Yeah, like there's a ton of people in the world that have ill intent, you know, that wanna just make some money quickly and don't really care about, you know, the art or in general. They don't really want to make music or whatever. They just want to, you know, get some money in whatever way they can, you know. And I get it, you know, there's probably people from like, you know, countries where things are just a lot less economically good, you know, and they will, you know, it's either going to be people scamming someone online, or this is kind of a scam as well, what I'm explaining, right? It's kind of like, if you do that, it's kind of a scam as well, but still. But the fact that it's possible, right? That's the crazy part. That it's possible. And I assume, like, getting it fixed is a lot harder than actually doing it, than doing that act, right? Just find some music that isn't in YouTube's copyright ID system, which is also something you can check easily, you know? You just purchase a bunch of music from a place like Bandcamp, for instance, and then you upload it to a hidden or a private YouTube channel that nobody gets to look at. You don't even have to publish the video. You can just upload it as a private video and see if it gets flagged or not. If it doesn't, you found something that isn't in the copyright system. But yeah, that stuff like that happens, and I assume it happens a lot to like smaller people, smaller artists as well, who aren't, you know, of a size that they actually have some kind of reach, which also makes it so much harder to fix something like that if something like that would ever happen to you. Like if it happens to a bigger artist that, I don't know, has released a free EP or something that isn't on Spotify, or has released some older works in the past before they got famous that is on sitting on Bandcamp or something, and that isn't in like a YouTube's copyright system. If it happens to somebody like that, you know, they can get it fixed in an instant. You know, just make a bunch of noise. All the people that follow you make a bunch of noise, and YouTube will, you know, start acting pretty quickly. But if you're a really small artist, then what are you gonna do? Right? You're basically fucked. It's not like you'll probably have the money for like a good lawyer or anything to actually get it solved. What are you gonna do? You're gonna send the person, if you can even figure out who the person that did it is, send them a message, and then what? It's like a really, I don't know. There needs to be a change in the copyright system, but I've been saying that for so long, and I don't even think it's ever gonna happen at this point. But the way copyright works, it's basically you have these laws that were made before the internet was around, and they're being applied to an industry that has digitalized and changed so much since these laws were created, that I don't even think the laws work properly anymore for what the current, you know, landscape is in music, or not even just music, but like art in general. And for some reason, we're still holding on to these completely like outdated copyright laws. But you know, who's gonna make that change? Like, I don't know. Like even if there are people that would want to make a change, getting the actual people that can make the change, like, you know, politicians, get them to care enough about something like this, like something as vague as art, is so completely, well, it's so difficult, right? Like, what, you make art? What? Most of them probably don't even understand it, you know? Like, so like, yeah, it's one of those things that is probably just never gonna happen. Although I do think there needs to be a change in copyright law, or in how things are copyrighted, so that it's easier for somebody to copyright their work, even if they're not, let's say, because technically, right, if you make a piece of music, whether you release it commercially or not, even if you make a piece of music, from the moment you make it, it's your copyright. You've made that piece of music, but you have to register it for copyright for it to actually be in the system with all the platforms and all that kind of stuff, right? So I know there are ways to register your music though. Like if you want to release it somewhere that doesn't do that for you, you can register it, but the process is so convoluted and complicated that a lot of people probably don't. And hustle culture has created this get your money, screw everyone else. Yeah, true. That's also definitely a case. And it's made even more complicated because, especially nowadays with the internet, you're not just dealing with, let's say, oh, it's an artist in the United States and it's the person doing something illegally with their copyrighted work, which might not be copyrighted in like the literal sense, is like, oh, the systems know that it's copyrighted work, but technically the moment you create something, it's your copyrighted work. Even if you don't file for the copyright, it's still your work. You have the right to it. But a system like a content ID on YouTube doesn't understand that, obviously. So it's not just that. You're dealing with sometimes people that are going to be at the other side of the world, you know? So, and that makes it even more complicated to get something that, well, to get new copyright law as well, because it would have to be a global copyright law in this day and age. It would have to apply to every country, and not just, oh, this country has this law and that country has that law. It's going to be such a difficult thing to even get. I don't know. It's probably, like I said, it's probably not going to get fixed anytime soon. Anyway, I do need to fucking piss again. How late is it? 12:13. Okay. One moment. I'll be back in just a little moment. We got completely sidetracked, but it's kind of an important thing as well, I think. But again, like I said, I've thought about this so many times. But I don't know the solution. Really. I don't know how anything like this could ever be solved in a way that actually makes it how it's supposed to be, you know? I can tell you what I think how it should work, but how to get there? I don't fucking know, mate. And I believe there's people a lot more smarter than me on this topic that also don't know. Anyways, I'll be back in just a little bit. Alright, we're back. I was talking to a fellow software dev about this, and certainly using some form of public key encryption similar to what's used in crypto can get you there. The real issue is that every platform and distributor has completely different ways of enforcing the copyrights and aren't incentivized to fixing the problem. Yeah, true. Something like this shouldn't be coming out of the platforms itself, because that's never going to happen. Like I said, this is something that should literally be organized from the top, you know? Governments, and then even because it's a global playing field, it should theoretically be the same across the entire world, which is like the chance that that will ever happen is so far out of reach. Some countries can't even fucking work together to begin with, you know? Like the fact that we have wars and shit showcases that. So as long as there's things like that, that's never gonna happen. Like the actual solution is so utopian that in this day and age and the current state of the world, that is so far out of reach. And even though that is technically the solution of what it should be like, you know, to fix any of those kind of things from happening, it's just not gonna happen. Sadly though, but it's the reality, you know? But even without it, you know, there still should be improvements to copyright law, even if they're just based on countries themselves. Because most countries are still dealing with copyright laws that are pretty outdated. And that are still based on a time and age when there was no internet, when people were still dealing with physical media as opposed to digital media. And sure, in countries, depending on which country you look at, things have been added to the laws, right? They have been sort of like added some stuff to it to kind of hope and try and cover some of the new modern technologies that have come around in the time of digital media. But a lot of it is still outdated or sometimes even contradictory to the already existing parts of the copyright law, making it super vague and super difficult to even, you know, uphold in like a court case or something like that. So it's really difficult. The current situation of copyright is messed up. Let's just keep it at that.
ドコードドネーテッド10ユーロ。Thanks for the stream. Have a coffee or beer on me.
I don't drink coffee, so I'll be able to do a beer though. Thanks for the 10 euros. Let's see. So I really like this kind of vibe though. This descending. I really like that as a vibe. Now, I'm not sure if I would use it with this, because I mean, it still works though. Even though it's still strange to me why it works, but it does seem to work. But I do like a descending chromatic thing. Let's see what happens if we grab something more interesting in terms of the sound. Yeah, have a good one, Decode. Have a good one. I don't know why. I never used chromatic stuff, but it kinda does sound really cool. Don't know how to make something like that work though. It does make for a pretty cool vibe. What if we extend that? Because that technically still works. Because then what we get here, we get a G sharp underneath here. That would be a major interval. And then this is a D sharp, so that's the 5th. That would just be a G sharp major. This though would be a C sharp minor. Yeah. So that would just be C sharp minor to G sharp major. Or flat, whatever you want to call it. I don't know exactly what it would be in the context of this scale. This one is kind of weird though, because here we get both the minor and the major interval. But if you think of it as being based on D sharp, like if we would have that, then this is the major 7th, so that could theoretically just be what would you call that? An E flat minor, and then here you would get E flat minor at 9, because this is the 9th, and then this would be a major 7th. But because we have it in the bass, it's kind of interesting. What if we extend this? Like, it does still work, having a D sharp through the entire thing. That's interesting. I'm sort of like trying to understand this, but man, I should experiment with this more. It gives some pretty interesting harmony. Loop. Is there anybody in the chat that knows more about this? Don't think so. We don't have a lot of people here at the moment. I do love the tense sort of like feeling that something like this would give. So this top line. This is just a minor interval here. Yo, Poxy. Welcome. Have I ever seen your name in the chat? I don't know. Anyways, welcome. I love this tense feeling here. Sounds really cool. Like I said, I should definitely experiment more with that. Usually I'm so constricted to like, oh, this is the scale and this is the notes that are in the scale, but when you use chromatic things, that just goes completely out of the window. But you get some really interesting harmony. I guess theoretically you could even keep going down. Let's see what happens. It would probably make sense to end here on this one. That goes back to the whole thing that I brought up earlier about the lament kind of progressions that you hear in classical music, where it usually goes from the tonic to the fifth, or in best scenario, the dominant fifth as well. So you would get a major interval above the bottom note. Don't know what the top one is doing here. That's just an octave. Like a dominant would lead really well back into here. I mean, let's not make it too complicated. For some reason, this also works. Like, just having this repeated. That also works. Which, to me, is a really interesting sound. And I'm not necessarily sure about what I would do on top of it, but... yeah, interesting. For some reason, that also sounds cool. See, even just a D sharp through the entire thing still works. It does create a lot of tension in certain parts. Weird. I don't really know where to take it from there, but I do like the sound. Give it a little bit more movement. Oh yeah, of course. Let's make a drum and bass. See what happens. I mean, it could work as an intro. I think. Again, using chromatic descending things is so foreign to me. Although I know I've heard it a lot. I just never got to the point where I was like, huh, let me try that. So this thing is right now, I'm like, huh, what would I do with that? How would I make that work? Probably using it in the intro and then maybe in the drop just make a switch to just sticking to the root, the tonic, and not do the chords within like the actual drop part of a track, but using it in the intro as like a vibe could be cool. But let's just grab ourselves the bottom notes. I wonder, I'm getting sidetracked at the moment, but I wonder, can you use the note on the detune? And if we flip this around, let's see if this works. I'm wondering if you do this, does that then take out the speed difference that normal unison detune would create? It's a little bit hard to hear, but if we have that, and let's say these last two are gonna go an octave up. Yeah. Huh, that's interesting. So you can create the Reese movement, but it's not speeding up or slowing down when you change to a different key. Interesting. Huh. That's interesting. See, it stays the same key, the same speed. Kind of interesting. Oh no, it still changes some speed. Right? It's close though. Yeah, it definitely goes a little quicker. Interesting. Yeah, it definitely still goes quicker, but much less than what it would normally do. Because normally you would just get right. It goes a lot quicker. But if you do this, then it almost feels more like stable in a way, where it doesn't do that as much. You can kind of tweak it to a particular rate, roughly, which could be cool for a tune, for like an intro or a build section. You could really just tune it to whatever kind of works. I wish it would completely take it out, take the speed difference away. That would be really cool. But it's still close enough. Interesting. Yeah, again, I'm not sure where I would take this. Okay, that one definitely sounds weird. What would that sound like with an ARP pattern? Like if we grab I really like this art, by the way. Wish the Ableton ARP had modes like this right here, where you have different ways of how it plays the sort of like different octaves, how it loops them. See, right here, if we go to serial and then on 1, or I guess 3, it doesn't really do much because it's restarting before it goes up to a higher octave. But if we just set that to none, we can see what's happening. See, so it plays the pattern up, down, or let's just make it easy, let's just do up. Now it should play through the 3 different octaves of this pattern. It plays the first octave first, then it goes to the second, then goes to the third. See? So that's kind of cool. If we go to round, it does something different. I'm not entirely sure what it's doing. Is it going just up and then down again? Yeah. So that's kind of cool. And then leap, every note it jumps to a different octave. So the first note of the pattern is played in the low octave, then the second note of the pattern is played an octave up, and then the third note is played an octave above that. And that is then how it goes through the pattern. And because we have 4 notes, I believe. Yeah, we have 4 notes. It changes. You get like 2 patterns going against each other now, which is kind of interesting. And then on repeat, I believe... Hard to understand, hard to hear what it's doing on repeat, but these modes, combination with these modes here, which is just a regular note of how it goes through the different notes of your pattern, makes for some really interesting sort of like arpeggiated patterns that with the Ableton ARP you are not able to do. Like the Ableton ARP is alright, but you cannot do patterns like that. Might also be easier to hear if we go to a slower rate what it's doing. So, oh wait, I need to turn this off. Like on this one, we can also go to steps and we can set it to 2. Which I believe is now the same as serial. I think. Yeah, it's the same except the note length is shorter in here, so we need to bring the gate up. See, we got the same thing. It's exactly the same now. And you obviously would have your different modes as well, so down, and there's a couple of other modes here that are kind of cool. But any of these other sort of like things other than the serial one is not possible with the Ableton arpeggiator. It just doesn't do any of that kind of stuff. Like being able to go back down after it reaches the high octave and then going back down, it doesn't do that. Like you do have the up and down pattern here, or up down, but that just is for the individual notes. That's the notes that it's playing before it switches to the higher octave. So which also makes an interesting pattern, but it's different than what this one is doing, right? So like I've actually wished for somebody to copy this ARP with these modes into a Max for Live device, or even implement this progression setting into a customized version of the Ableton ARP. I really wish somebody ever decides to do that, because that would make so like the best of both and just combine it. The Leap is really interesting, and I don't even think you would be able to do that with the Ableton the way it currently is. I don't think you would get the same thing. If you set two arpeggiators after each other, what is going to happen is it's not going to make the pattern more complicated. You know why? All it will do is repeat certain notes a couple of times in a row. I guess maybe if you like if you would have this set to one step, so just no octaves, and then duplicate this and set it to something faster, and then set this to 1, you would get another octave. Not even. Kinda doesn't understand. But it's just the same note, right? It just takes whatever, because what this is outputting is just monophonic notes now, right? It's not outputting a chord anymore. It's outputting monophonic notes that are played one after each other. So the next arpeggiator is just going to have monophonic notes feeding into it. It doesn't have a chord feeding into it. Yes, the notes combined would be a chord, but they're playing one after another, so they're not playing as a chord, right? So this second arpeggiator doesn't really know what chord is coming into it. It just sees the individual notes coming in, and then every one of those notes is being arpeggiated, but it's only one note. So it either will just repeat that note with whatever rate that you set it up as. So if you set it up with a rate of 1/16, it's just going to repeat that note in 16ths. Or if you set it with multiple steps, every one of those repeats is going to go up an octave. If that makes sense. just getting multiple notes that are the same, and then they repeat. So it does kind of does something still, but it's completely different from how this works. Okay, and maybe it would also be good to just turn the ARP off here. Let's see if we just switch them to up. See, it just... It does make the pattern more interesting. It definitely does something, but it is not what you would hope it would do. Like, you could get crazy, of course, and do like a major interval or something here so that it goes up and adds like a major third, and then add a scale device in here, and constrain that to a particular scale. But that won't work with what we're currently doing because we're already doing something chromatic, right? But you could theoretically do something like that. Maybe do, what is that, 16? If you would be using a normal chord progression, that would actually still work. Like, let's say you're just doing D sharp minor to what? Yeah, I guess that would work. Let's say you're doing that. And then, let's say... Let's say you're doing this pattern, which is all diatonic. It's all diatonic to E flat minor. It would still work now, because this scale device all brings it into whatever note it should be. Like, I don't have any major intervals here though, so that doesn't really work. But if there would be a major interval somewhere here, let's say... Wait, this one is major. Yeah, this one is major. And it still works. Yeah, that one is major, and these are minor. Even though the interval it goes up with here is major, so without the scale device, it would probably sound out of key. Yeah, see? Now, it also, the other thing that's so weird, when this loops, the arpeggiator just doesn't understand for some reason. So yeah, you can get some interesting things with two arpeggiators by utilizing a different distance here than 12 notes. So anything like a major interval or whatever, seventh. But it is completely different from what that arpeggiator does inside of Diva. Like, something about these modes just makes it so much more interesting for some to get like cool patterns. Like, that would be possible with the Ableton one, but anything other than the serial one, it's not going to be possible. Wait. Like, you would think that that pattern would be possible with the Ableton arpeggiator, but it's not. Like, you would not be able to do that. Maybe if you use 3 arpeggiators and only use one note feeding into it, you might be able to do it. But no, still you wouldn't be able to do it because the root note is not the bottom note. This is the root note of the first chord. This is technically the root note of the other chord because it's that chord, but in inversion. And then the same thing here because that is technically the root of that chord. See? So only if the bottom notes would be the actual bottom note, you might be able to do it with 3 compressors, 3 arpeggiators. But even then, it's gonna be difficult as fuck to get that pattern. Where every note, because it basically just plays. I don't think we can record it, but what it's doing is if we go here. So we have 16 notes, I believe. Well, I'm just gonna do it in 8 notes. So we have this note, then we got that note, but that note is already an octave up. And then we get this note, but it's here. I believe that's what is happening. So if we turn this one off, and then it's, I think, also doing it from the highest note down. So it's doing, no, it's doing this. It's doing that, I think. I think it's doing this. But then quicker, obviously. Yeah, see, that's the pattern it's now doing. That's the pattern it's making, even though the chord going into it is that. See? Chord is that, but the pattern we get is this. And you wouldn't be able to do that with the Ableton arpeggiator. The Ableton arpeggiator cannot switch to a different octave, sort of like for every note of the pattern. Whereas the arpeggiator in Diva does. And that makes it such an interesting arpeggiator. And like I said, it does different things depending on which of these 3 modes you use, so. And then you have the restart thing, which I think the Ableton arpeggiator does have. Retrigger, note beat, repeats. No, it doesn't, actually. I thought that this one would have that as well, but it doesn't. So this makes it even better, because if you then, I don't know, set it to 8, you can do patterns that kind of repeat every 8 notes that it plays, so. you get that kind of a pattern. As opposed to these, you can get a even more of a different pattern going. Yeah, I really wish somebody made this into an Ableton arpeggiator in Max for Life. That would be insane. And then especially if they can combine it with these extra modes that the Ableton arpeggiator has, because it has some cool modes that we don't have in oh, you can't fully see that. Now you can. Like this one has some extra modes that this one doesn't have, because obviously this one is kind of limited with the modes that it has, but because of this other setting, it creates a lot of options already, which is interesting. I've actually looked for this as well. I've looked to see if somebody actually turned it into an arpeggiator for Ableton, but nobody did, sadly. Wait, why does that not change? Why does that not change the octave? Oh, because we're hearing this one. Yeah. It also has some weird things in here. Where was it again? Yeah, so you have like this glide time and then you have a glide too. I'm not entirely sure what that does. Why you have two glide things. I never fully understood that. Diva has some interesting things though. Now, one plugin I haven't really messed with too much with the arpeggiator in it. If there is one plugin that might be able to do something similar, I would think it's maybe Serum. Wouldn't surprise me if Serum 2 would now be able to do something similar. Because here you have a pretty interesting arpeggiator. Offsets the order of the arp notes. That makes it start from the second note. That makes it start from the top note. It's not going down from the top note. It goes top note, low note, middle note now. Pigments has an arp too. Yeah, I know. That's just a repeat. I don't think it has a similar way of changing the pattern here. Well, we have this transposing. Right, so that would add or additional octaves. And then we have modes for that as well. So I guess it would be possible with this. Or at least something similar. It's definitely capable of doing something similar. I'm looking at the notes here. Random no duplicates, random drift, random ones. It's still not capable of doing the same thing, but it is a lot closer. Sets if the ARP continues to arpeggiate notes after they are released. Yeah, that's whatever. This one again is capable of other patterns than what Diva would be able to do. But it's still not, from what I can see, it's still not able to, for instance, take the first note of the chord, and then the second note of the chord, and then the third note of the chord, and play those across different octaves. It's still going through a pattern, right? It's still taking like, okay, these are the three notes, I'm going to play those according to whatever pattern it's set here, and then I'm going to switch to a different octave. And then this is just the way at which it shifts those octaves. But it doesn't do it per note, which is what I really like about the arpeggiator in Diva, that it actually is able to do it per note. Now we do have a trigger here, so I assume if we set that to something like 2, we can recreate that kind of thing that we had in Diva, where it re-triggers every 8 notes of the pattern. Or I guess we need to go here. Yeah, so it's able to recreate stuff like it. But it isn't, from what I can see, capable of doing it per note. That would be sick. Because then it would be capable of even more things than what the Diva ARP would be doing. I guess it's capable of more, but it's not capable of doing that specific thing that the ARP in Diva does. We could see what Pigments is capable of. Like, I am kinda at this point now where we're just messing about with this. Pigments is not in my favorites list. Let me look it up. It would be a plugin that I should probably add to my favorites list, but it's for some reason not here. I've never added it to it. Pigments. Where's the arpeggiator in Pigments? It's here, sequence. So let's just set something up similar. Saw wave. We were down an octave. Cool. Sequence. Arpeggiator. Turn it on. So let's say we have our pattern up. I don't think this one is capable of a lot, from what I can see. We don't even have an octave in here. Generation. What's that gonna do? It's not even turn on. Not sure why. Like, this doesn't even have an octave in here. It has the octave here, but I guess you could... Okay, so you could recreate it, but it would be a lot more cumbersome, because you have to go through and do that, and then maybe if we do that... So then if we do that, and then that, we have... Yeah, okay, so it is capable of doing the same pattern. But it's a lot more steps to do it. And if you change anything here, you will go and have to mess with these octaves to get them to do the same pattern as what you would get in Diva, for instance. But it is capable of doing something similar. And then would you be able to re-trigger it? I guess. Yes, okay, so it is capable of doing that. So it is capable of doing that kind of stuff. That's cool. What does that do? Interesting. Cool. So again, this one is also capable of doing some other stuff. Hey, now we can do that. Oh, it just randomizes the parameters here. Not sure why that is grayed out though. Select the scale to quantize the note's pitch when generating. Yeah, okay. How would I select that scale then if it's grayed out? Oh, it only works in the sequencer. Ah, makes sense, I guess. I haven't used pigments in a while, to be honest. I do like the fact that you have the individual sort of like gate lengths in pigments. That can be pretty fun because then you can create patterns where one node is like longer and the other ones are shorter. You would be able to create stuff like that, which is kind of interesting. Which, again, that would not be possible in Diva, you know, or in Serum. Maybe in Serum. Serum does have some extra things, but Diva wouldn't be able to do that. It's been so long since I've used this one that I actually have to look for where everything is. But that's kind of cool that you can do stuff like that, though. You would be able to make some pretty interesting patterns with this as well. But it's a lot more work. Right? In Diva, it's just like, oh, you just switch a mode, and it has a completely different pattern. Here you have to go and manually adjust this. But it would probably actually allow for more patterns. Like, right, you can say like, oh, I just want this one to be higher, or that one to be higher, or whatever. And I guess if you make this longer, which it's not gonna do, is that because of this? No. See, now I'm kind of... Okay, we can turn it on. So, you could do patterns that are even different. Okay, that's cool. But this one is actually pretty capable as well. I would say that this one is almost as capable. Well, maybe even more capable, actually, is what I should say. Even though it is more work to set it up, you have even more options. Interesting though. Maybe I just need a better arpeggiator for Ableton, you know? Like I have some Max for Life devices. ARPs. I have one Max for Life ARP, but it seems pretty basic, honestly. Like I said, it seems pretty basic. It's not even playing the individual notes, it's just playing a chord. Huh? Okay. Weird. ARP. Not even splitting the notes up individually, it's just playing a chord. And it's transposing the chord itself. That's weird. The other one that I do like is the one that Cone Sound made, but it's not like an ARP. It's more like something that generates notes, right? That one can be really cool as well. It's this thing, the palette sequencer. It will just generate notes that feed into whatever you have it before. So if we just chuck this on 12 maybe. And then you have all these different things you can mess with. This one is honestly really fun. You would just set it to a particular skill. So let's just say minor. And then you have all these different things to mess with. It can create really cool patterns, but it's not really predictable. It's not as predictable, but it's cool for like generative stuff. What you guys picking up for Black Friday this year? I don't know actually. The only thing that I currently kind of want to get is that new reverb plugin from Valhalla. That's kind of the only thing that I want to get, to be honest, but I don't even know if they have a Black Friday sale. We can check. Where is it? No price? Oh, here. No, it's just 50. Just a regular price from the looks of it. That's the only kind of plugin that I'm currently well, that's the one that is on my to buy list. Yeah, I don't think that they do a Black Friday sale. But I do want to get this this Future Verb one. I like the Valhalla reverb, so I would want to check that out and get it. Anyways, I don't think we're gonna get much more done today, so I think I'm gonna call it quits for tonight. I'm gonna go through and bounce those atmosphere sounds and put them in the pack for Patreon, make them good, and edit them so that they are actually good and usable. I believe there was a couple of ones that I might want to resample for a bit longer and then get like the best part. And those will go on Patreon. So together with the other ones that I made. So there will be a new pack with atmosphere sounds coming to Patreon to start your tunes off with. And yeah, I will include the ones that we made earlier on stream. I might have a couple more in different folders actually, because I have more folders with sounds like it. Oh yeah, I could probably include these as well. Yeah, sure. I'll include those as well. We need more snares. Yeah, maybe. I can do some snares. I mean, I still got a lot of them that I've never released. So, could maybe grab a bunch of those. I actually got plenty of drum samples that I've never released, so maybe I'll make a little pack of those as well. Get like a selection. Anyways, thanks for being here. I'll probably start messing with this well, this interesting vibe with this descending pattern for a bit tomorrow, because I do really like this idea of making an intro or well, the musical part of a track that has this descending motion. It really sounds interesting to me, even though it makes it, well, it's something completely out of my comfort zone, but it does sound pretty cool. I know you're sitting on a pile. Yeah, exactly. Like, I have so many things. Like, I got this folder as well, which is just like, what, 200 sort of like shaker and tambourine pattern thingies. Like, all just different, like, patterns like that. Like, I could make like different packs for the next months if I wanted to. Fills and stuff like that. So many things I have here. Percussive things. And just some breaks as well. Might be able to put some of those on Patreon. I'm gonna be doing another video in the series though of the deep dive in drum and bass drums, where I show you how to make certain sounds from scratch. Like not using samples, but actually making them from scratch. I am yeah, drum fills are nice, I know. I kind of want to make some other ones that are actually like, that have some toms in it as well, like the actual, like the little tom rolls that you would have at the end of a phrase and stuff like that. I never made those. Might make a couple of those. I am gonna make an update to that series. I will do a new video. The first, well, I want to do 3. One is an updated one for kicks and an updated one for snares, which could maybe be combined into one video, depending on how much stuff I have to talk about. I think it's gonna be a lot, so it probably will be 2 separate ones. But I think I'll do one other one first, which is designing hi-hats and cymbals and all the other gist. We talked about it previously in the Discord, but I think that could be a good one for a video to show how you can make those sounds from scratch using Serum. So no samples, just synthesis. Because you can actually make really good cymbals and hi-hats with it if you know how to do it. And they can actually become really realistic. That's the fun part. It's like they don't necessarily have to sound like a drum computer hi-hat, which is just some noise with a volume envelope, right? Like if you listen to old drum computers like the TR-909 or the 808 or stuff like that. Like the hi-hats and cymbals in those are usually really basic. It's just some noise with a volume shape, with a volume envelope on it, and it'll sound like that as well, right? It sounds like noise. It doesn't necessarily sound like a realistic sort of like hi-hat or cymbal or crash or something like that. But you can actually synthesize that. And it's not even that difficult. So that will be the first upcoming one. I'm gonna try and make that one soon. I will have, hopefully at least. I asked my work if I could get some time off. I asked my boss. I was like, "Yo, how many vacation days do I still have, and how many hours have I sort of like gathered up over time that I can, some what do you call those hours? They're not vacation days, but they're like I get like every week that I work, I save up some extra hours that I can then also, you know, get a day off if I want to. I asked him. I was like, "Yo, how many vacation days do I have?" He's like, "Yeah, you haven't used any of your vacation days this year, so you've got 16 left." And I was like, "Oh, really?" And then he was like, "Yeah, let me check those hours that you save up over time." And he was like, "Oh, okay. Yeah, so you got quite a lot. You've got basically about 100 hours." I was like, "Holy shit." Paid time off. Yes, exactly. That's it. So I've got 100 paid time off hours. And I was like, dude, that's like at least a few weeks. Let me, so I scheduled to get like 3 weeks off. But the way I scheduled it, it will probably be more of it like 4 weeks due to how my schedule is with work. And hopefully that is going to be, hopefully they're going to be like, yeah, okay, that's fine. And then I'll be free from work for like most of January, which should be nice. Because then I can make a whole bunch of things for Patreon again and also work on those videos and like do some more stuff because I'll have a lot more time. Maybe stream some extra days, stuff like that as well. Plus also work on some of the tracks and work on music, off stream because I really need to. But every week nowadays, like most of the time I'll work for like a couple of days in a row and then the day after that I usually just don't want to do anything, and then the day after that it's stream. So it's like I have not much time to work on the tracks. So it's nice to be have some time off. But even then, I'll still have like so many hours left for next year. So I probably need to take some more time off every once in a while, but I always forget. So yeah. Thanks for being here though. I'll be back next week. Join the Discord. If you're new here, you're watching and you are not in the Discord, join the Discord. Link will be in the chat. And if you want to get access to the samples that we've made on stream today, the atmosphere samples, then join the Patreon. Link is in the chat as well. I will probably drop that one on Patreon this weekend, I think. And if not, next week. Somewhere in the upcoming week. But I'll try and do it this weekend. And then I'll probably see if I can get some more packs coming. Because, like I said, I have so many samples. Probably it would be good to release some of them. So, thanks. Thanks for the donation. I know he's not here anymore at this point, Decode, but thanks for your donation. And yeah, I'll be in the Discord afterwards, so if you have any questions or whatever, just come there. And if not, then I'll see you back again next week, hopefully. Thanks for being here. Cheers.